testing. Read that as sexy bot. Oh, we all wish. If a bot existed like that on Twitch, I wonder what it would do. Like, what commands would it have? I have some orange juice with me tonight. I'm probably gonna forget about it. And it'll probably go room temperature, which is not optimal at orange juice levels. Okay. I think we stopped right before a recess or some jur, whatever it was called. Basically, we were getting fucked in the butt. I forgot to say hello. Hi, Smooth Daxter. Don't know if you're still here, but it's nice to see you. And then the obligatory sniffer. I love the sniffer. Orange juice? I mean, what else would it be? I do like orange juice. I don't have it very often. I am a child and I must have... Thank you for the cake. I am a child and I need to have sweet orange juice. I think the brand my family buys normally is Sunny D. I have a friend who like also drinks orange juice and she says she can't drink that brand because it's too sweet for her. Why am I getting bunked? Oh, I fixed the big brain, small brain thing, so it should work together. Oh my god. I debated putting myself in the middle of the screen for that. Sunny D's nuts. But yeah, we can now... Yeah, so both brain commands affect each other and we can have a war if there are ever enough people to start a war. So either big brain or small brain. The chat gets in the way. See, I've thought about putting myself in front of the chat. That is one workaround, is I put myself in front of the chat. Which I don't think is a bad workaround because, not many things go in front of the chat, I don't think. So, let me actually move myself in front of the chat. So next time that redeem happens, my face will be seen and not covered up. Yeah. Because otherwise, I don't think there are any redeems that would block chat, so. Mods will win. You're not allowed to abuse your power like that. Alright, this is the reason for finding that guy guilty, or I don't know, what was the history? Yeah, why Albert is guilty. Man, I don't remember this man's voice. The jurors don't get much time until like near the end of the trial, and that's why I never remember what I do for them. Everyone else is too poor to afford it right now. Are they? I mean, I guess if they're spending it on other things. Like, I didn't realize how long it takes to earn channel points until I was like saving up for a big redeem on someone else's channel. But yeah, I think I watched like around 400 hours and I only got like 140 something thousand points. It's tough. It's a tough world out there to earn channel points. Anyways. I don't remember this man's voice.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything.
It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I have my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without right evidences is not a proper job, is he? I won't have it.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion.
Given that its face is obscured and its build is in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double. Well, when you're looking at something 60 feet away, you can't really see anything, can you? Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model.
Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean?
Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim.
Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this.
If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Oh, little Enoch in the corner back there. Okay, known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. Oh, I was wondering who she was, and it must be the owner of the wax museum.
Hold it!
The order of things seem to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now, and she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Sith, you mean? Oh no, he's talking about Dr. Sith as the accomplice. That's right, we did name her as an accomplice.
That's right, about 10-odd years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim we were, full of vim.
That's coming across loud and clear. But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Sith in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with a woman, does he?
True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection.
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork.
Romantic?
A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know?
Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to.
One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman.
She's me. She's me for real, for real.
Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there.
She's actually me! Oh my god, she's just shipping everything. What if there was a romantic relationship between Enoch and Courtney? That's her name, right? Courtney? Yeah, I think Courtney. And then what if there was a relationship between Barrick and Albert? This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for.
And that's the woman's stance. Then perhaps demonstrating some connections between the waxwork and Dr. Sith would be enough.
Yes, I agree.
Ow!
As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know.
Hold it!
What sort of problems? Oh. Hello, Metal Ghost Zero. Thank you for the raid. Did you have a good stream? What were you doing? Oh, is my thingy no- Oh, Streamlabs is not in my stream, is it? It is not. I gotta go at it. Did you have a good stream? What were you doing? I can't tell because Streamlabs was not working. Oh my god. Was it more Fortnite maybe? Lego. Oh, okay. Battle Royale Fortnite too. Have you tried the other modes yet? Because I know there's the racing and then there's a little rock band thing. I'm mostly interested in the rock band. I did try a little bit of the Lego Fortnite. It's interesting. I didn't get very far in it though. The music one's nice. I really want to play it. I really want to try it because I like rhythm games. I don't think I played any, the closest thing I can say that I played to like the actual rock band games is maybe Guitar Hero. And I played the really shitty one. It got leaked that the guitar is coming out next month. Guitar? Is that another game mode? But yes, welcome on in. We pretty much just started. To use for the music map. Oh, are they making a... So they're making a guitar controller for Fortnite. I bet you so many people are gonna drop money on that. Oh my god. I wonder how much they're gonna charge for it. Oh, I can't wait to see it. I don't think I would ever buy it, but I think it would be funny to see. And who knows, maybe they'll branch off into other instruments. I haven't actually looked. I wonder if there's like a karaoke. Oh my god. Thank you for the 5 gifted. I don't know where your money, endless money seems to come from, but thank you very much. We just started the, what is it, summation examination in this game. Basically, all the jurors think that my client is guilty, and I'm trying to change their mind right now. But yes, I think we were in the middle of asking one of the guilty never. I know, right? You honestly think a man with the last name of Hairbrain is capable of committing murder? I mean, look at this guy. All right. I think this one juror was saying he was having problems with the police. What sort of problems? I haven't settled on a voice firm.
Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street.
Right, I see. That man can't even take down a glass of milk. No, I don't think so.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Sometimes they even cook up a story to extort monies from the poor.
I'm not used to monies being spelled like that. Like, I don't know, my brain trips up on that. Well, that's definitely not right.
Yes, and it is why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork model was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild, I think I will take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion.
This is how the public at large views Scotland Yard, is it?
Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home.
Yes, like a Scotland Yard stick. I wonder how a policeman would feel listening to the way this juror speaks about the force. I mean, we have a policeman right next to him. I'm sure he'd have a word or two to say in response. Oh, am I supposed to pit the policeman against this guy?
Hold it!
But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. Sorry, I just had like an invasive thought. If they're going to release a guitar controller for Fortnite,
Happy birthday!
you would assume that they would also release like a steering wheel, right? For the racing. I don't know. I feel like that's a thing they would try to like milk as well. Get caked, Ryunosuke. Yeah. I'm kind of interested to see what they come up with next. Did I read this line? I don't think I did. But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could have changed if we managed to present suitable evidence.
Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Well, I don't think I have anything right now. Well, I can state quite categorically, sir, that we have no such evidence at the present time.
That much was abundantly clear before that brassy proclamation, I assure you. And why can you count on the fact that I shan't be changing my leaning?
Oh dear, that proclamation was even brassier than yours, Mr. Naruhodo.
If only we had some evidence, things might be different, though. So I definitely think the guy with the newspaper, we're not going to be able to change his mind. Because normally there's two people that you can't change. Maybe the second lady. Maybe not the second lady, but like that lady. She's so funny, though. Love her for that. Her shipping people in the courtroom. I've gotta ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Oh my god, asking the real questions here.
Colonel Cobb, he's been growing back on the farm. Picked him off on my way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is.
Colonel Cobb. I love this. Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial.
Ooh, I don't like the sound of that. We need colonels at times like these. Whenever I'm something big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see?
That's the OG corn kid, yeah. You're talking about your cob of corn. The corn speaks to this child. It tells him what to do.
Nibble nobble, guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble, guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble, guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble, guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out.
Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home.
Yeah, oh my god. So Professor Hairbrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Nibble, he's guilty. Nibble, he's not guilty. And then back and forth. Could you at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt?
Ooh, I don't know about that. Me tum's awfully full already.
Amazing. Aha, badumps. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage. On the other hand, it explains a lot.
If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asmon's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it.
The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it, too.
In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this.
What's that got to do with this? Right. Yes. Okay, can I pit this guy against... Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure I gotta pit these guys together. Those two statements are fundamentally at odds with one another. Well, Mr. Foreman? Oh, fuck, am I wrong?
There's to be a new Hairlock Gems adventure published next month by the looks.
My lord, the foreman of the jury isn't listening.
Is that so? Well, I shall have to reserve myself a copy at the local newsagent in that case.
Miss Usato, no one is listening to what I'm saying.
Perhaps this would be a good opportunity to have a rethink then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Fear not, my learned friend. I heard every sorry word.
Fuck. Ugh, it sounds like I'm on the wrong track here. I'd better think again. But there literally is this guy's on the police force. What is going on? Do I have to press this guy again? See, the thing is, nobody's giving me a reaction. There we go. I had to just press him on it again. That's dumb. Okay.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Who are you calling a mass murderer?
Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, sonny.
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you.
No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Sorry, got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Sith's maiden name.
Her maiden name. So that was before she was married.
Of course, yes, silly me. It's Sith now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing. Not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course, a legendary coroner even then. I don't know if I can present it. Because the thing is, she was in charge of the autopsy report for the professor. She was the one who signed off and said that he died by hanging. Courtney Stevens. I'm trying to figure out why she would lie about that. Maybe she married him? God, that would be weird. Maybe now I can pit them together though. Hold on. Waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner. Oh, never mind. Hold on. I gotta hit against her. Okay, these two.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel?
So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Sith, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But, oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean.
Dr. Sith's maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Sith to the mass murderer known as the Professor. Okay, where is it? This one.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor.
The Professor's? But the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my! Courtney Stevens.
Strike a light.
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Sith 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Two-Spells. I also have another thought. Supposedly, because if that's her maiden name that was used 10 years ago, that implies that the most that she's been married has been 10 years. That also means that the little child that wanted to taxidermize us is potentially 10 years old as well. I mean, we have Iris, who is also about 10, so you know what? I'm not surprised anymore. A waxwork that doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all.
And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Sith and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
She has to see where this relationship goes.
Right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end.
Okay, so they've changed their minds. Okay. We need to present evidence that the waxwork was inside the bird cage. I don't know if we have that yet. So I feel like definitely the magician guy, we won't be able to change his mind. Maybe the first guy. Do you think I can press him again? Oh, wait. No, hold on. Let me look over my stuff again. What do I have in my court record? If it's not something I haven't found by now, it has to be something I already have. Piece of broken glass. We did find this with the waxwork, didn't we? Would appear to be from the Crystal Tower. This was the one guy where we said we could have evidence, so let's press him again. And when we skip to that part, we're gonna say we have evidence. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. The pot calling the kettle black, quite literally. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage. Namely, well, you know what? My new outfit is blue, so he can't say anything about not trusting me.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Oh, it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower. Holy smoke!
Exactly! A centerpiece of the Great Exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated, is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
Hey. So do I pit this guy against the kid? Because that was the only other person I can think of. I think so. Because I don't think the other two are inclined to change their mind. Where is it? Presence of broken glass. Without right evidence. There we go. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second bird cage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Oh, well, me too then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears.
I thought he was gonna smack the table with the corn. That would have been funnier. Success! If you can call it that.
Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty against 4 who's called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue.
We did it.
Thank you for the head pat. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true.
Hold on, I gotta... There we go.
However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sith. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Madame Two Spells.
I I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh, yes?
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madame Tuspels, yes, I shall see to it at once, my lord.
Oh, to be continued. I wonder if it's gonna cut right away or if we're gonna get a little recess. Yes, please save.
Ah, the knight errant himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least.
I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself.
I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever seen before. Who even is he?
Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, Professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew that the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies.
As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he?
Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance, too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee the kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man.
You make it sound deliberate.
I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes, in what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Draper, Dr. Sith, and Lord Van Zieks. Yeah, it seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow.
Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of this set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other.
Oh my god, it took me a second to realize he was talking about math and like sets and stuff.
I don't know who this is. Excuse me.
Oh, it's her. Dr. Sith.
Ah, Dr. Courtney Sith, née Stevens. Good day to you.
Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
The policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Sith. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Seeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart. Also, we have an ad break in about 4 minutes. It's Sifel? Oh, is it? It's Sif? Yeah. She's very hot.
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. I'm not attempting to hide from the truth. That's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I've no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box.
Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern, I assure you, when the trial resumes. The meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not.
Huh?
Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. My seat awaits.
I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Shomes gives me the vibes that he would absolutely eat popcorn while watching Ryunosuke in court.
Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
All right, I understand. Thank you.
Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier. Caramel?
What is the British saying? Caramel.
Bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away to the truth.
Close enough to the popcorn. What did that warning from Mr. Shomes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter, then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue?
Prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began...
Oh my god, I cannot English right now.
Began with the damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet now we find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago.
My money's that he's still alive.
This trial has certainly defied our expectation.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zieks.
My lord.
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspez?
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
Very well, bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspez to the stand.
Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice, Dr. Sith.
And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Hello, Heimdall. I'm doing good. I am having fun. Oh my god, she's making a she's making a waxwork of Shomes. How are you doing? Did you wake up early or have you not slept at all? Because it is quite early for you. Also, I do have to run the ads now. I did snooze them for a few minutes, but I'm gonna have to run them now. So we're gonna go run those for 3 minutes. I'm gonna probably take a bathroom break. Not slept. Ah, you need to sleep. Okay, I will see you guys after the ad break and we will start the witness testimony after that. Well, as long as you don't have to wake up early, you can go to sleep whenever you want. Okay, I will be back from the bathroom. There is one question I have though, because assuming that the professor waxwork is accurate, how the hell did Madame Two Spells figure out the real identity of the killer? Because they said the police kept his identity a secret from the public, so how does she know what he looks like? I don't know if you're back from the ads or if you didn't get any. Because my ad manager says supposedly a minute left. Maybe she knows more than she's letting on. She probably does, hence why she's being called as a witness. I don't know what her connection is yet. I got none this time. Oh, lucky. Because so far, I can't think of anything that links her to everything else besides the fact that she probably made the waxwork. Oh, no, although she would have been about 16 at the time, so maybe she wasn't the one who made it. Maybe like one of her family members did. Yeah. I'm gonna guess it was most likely a relative. Either that or she was like, I don't know how young they start the family business. Wax on, wax off. Wrong movie. Or game, I guess. Alright, Brianna, start. Ads are supposedly done.
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
I love that she's making a Shomes waxwork. I want to see it complete. Could you imagine if you see this in the suite later? I would cry. I kind of want one. You got a movie reference? I'm so proud of you. Thank you. When was the last time I watched The Karate Kid? I don't know, man. Years. That is probably the only thing I remember from the movie. Like, literally. Like, everything else, I'm drawing a blank a little bit. Because I remember seeing it on the TV as a kid. I think that's the only part that stuck with me. Don't remember anything else that happens in the movie.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Two Spells. I am a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of the Madame Two Spells Museum of Waxwork. You'll have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world.
Oh my. What expression is she carving onto the face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money, left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I've just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
But of course, I know him well. He is part of my Odie's personage exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the masked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. Proceedings were strictly confidential. Condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
That also brings up the question of why it was kept such a big secret. Like, why was this such a problem? Like, why could nobody know who this man was? Like the voice acting, thank you. I try. Maybe after a few more visual novels, I will improve.
Quel dommage.
What does that mean? Does that mean what a shame? Kel is what, right? Where my friend she's at. What does quel dommage mean? Oh, let me Google Translate. It feels like that means like something along the lines of what a shame or so. I don't know. I'm pulling that out of my ass. Translate. What is... Oh, that is not the right word. Detect language. Quel dommage. What a pity! Hell yeah! Context clues. Basically means what a pity. Okay, I was close enough. Close enough. That should not have given me as much serotonin as it did. The best voice actress on Twitch? No. And that is... it was masculine. Kel. Yeah. Heimdall shedding a single tear for me getting a movie reference. I'm not so uncultured after all.
It would seem you are unaware of the two spells' principles.
What principles?
The family two spells has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles.
There is a well-known legend about the two spells waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the two spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed.
Oh shit, really?
Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now.
I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site.
Could you imagine being able to carve a face in like a few minutes accurately enough to look realistic? Like, that's insane.
You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We two spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath the mask?
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
I'm gonna guess that not even Van Zeeks know who the killer is. He must be dying to know, right? Like, could you imagine never knowing who really killed your brother? That would drive me crazy.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
Oh, maybe she did make it then.
With pleasure. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on the rumors that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with two spells family principles, and used to the aid of the gravedigger created a mold for the head. Created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night.
Oh! She literally had someone dig up this person's grave so she could take a mold of his head. I gotta give her credit for her, what is it? Her passion for her art.
As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
The gravedigger! The man sanctioned this!
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it? The face of that monster?
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But two spells would not be two spells if we don't insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this.
I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, Madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from Tan.
Oh, maybe Enoch was the gravedigger she hired, or no?
The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened as reported by the eyewitnesses who saw it.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I reproduce the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Sith. And there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Sith and Drebber were in on this crime together. Interesting.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be...
It's an old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
Oh, right, I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear.
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumors were whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of the night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back into the stone slab, covering his tomb, and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse. He fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
The corpse climbed out of his own grave. And then somebody shot him. Who? Who was it?
Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it?
Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable.
Damn, might I say something?
Please go ahead, mademoiselle.
When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth.
I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe.
Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful?
It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Sorry?
10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see.
It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then?
it is. Assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. Letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, no?
What sort of letters? That also means that she took a mold of Sholmes' face, which I think is funny.
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça.
No.
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals a symbol of status even.
I mean, I could see how it would be flattering for a criminal. Like, you were such a terrifying criminal that they immortalized you in a wax figure. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of two spells.
Okay, who's this gravedigger then? Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
It would seem that the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by their monetary greed.
It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Two Spells Museum.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret.
I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it was perhaps close.
Oh, I think I made her a little French. Not French, British.
Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you?
So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse.
Oui, exactement.
Oop, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to go back. There we go.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be.
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin.
I know what they sometimes do is they sometimes sew the mouth shut. Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly.
Oh dear. What a horrible thought.
Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It's because of rigor mortis.
Oh, rigor mortis?
It's the name given to the phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when the body is discovered.
Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one.
As Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before the time the mouth falls open, it is very difficult to do my work.
Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. It's better to have it sewn shut, otherwise the jaw is just in a very weird angle. Better to have them look like they are sleeping than looking like a zombie? Yeah. Although it seems like after rigor mortis, the muscles start to relax again, right? But I suppose the jaw would still stay in that weird angle. Wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Two Spells. It's always significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course, I do not mind at all.
I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. She just made a pun.
Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
It would. Sadly got real life experience about it. Oh dear. I need to make tea with honey. Oh, go make your tea. Maybe I'll have tea tonight. We'll see. I might just have milk and honey. I'm kind of craving that.
Bien sûr.
Okay, it was before the ons. Okay, it was before. Oh, wait. So it was before rigor mortis happened, which means it hadn't been like what, 10? Well, it said like 3 hours, right? It starts and then by the 10th hour it's like completely set, which means he had only been dead for like a very short while. Not bad with a bit of teasing. We gotta tease Susato a little bit. You called? I did. Thank you for answering. Maybe I should press her about this again since it's changed. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death, is that right?
Oui, c'est ça. Because the exact duration depends little on the season.
I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject.
No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
Put on yours a heavy on.
Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear. I'll do my very best.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately?
Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Indeed it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning.
Damn. That really is early.
The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Oh, they don't have the... Okay, never mind. Is it me or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? I'm hoping we get to see a finished Sholmes by the end of this. And they just know this on the top of their head? Yeah, supposedly. Man just has files of, like, the sunrise.
You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame.
I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? Let's just add it. Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you'd like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significant. I don't actually know what's the earliest sunrise I've experienced. I could not imagine a sunrise of 4:40 though, dear lord.
Kindly amend your formal testimony, then, madam. With pleasure, my lord.
Okay, half an hour before sunrise. Sunrise was at 4:40, which meant she started working around 4 in the morning.
Hold it!
Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something?
I had paid the cryptic digger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area.
Couldn't you have just paid off the warden too then? That would have been so expensive though, wouldn't it?
I'd already paid the grave digger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh?
The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work.
Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding.
So that's all I have to go on.
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo?
For some reason, Dr. Sith went along with Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor's the only other thing we know that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow.
In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over.
I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway.
Yes, as do I.
After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Here in the north of Sweden, during summer, there are places that never get night. It's light all the time for a few months. And of course, vice versa during these dark winter months. I don't know if I would like that. So for some months, it's all light, and then for some months, it's all dark. I feel like I would get very depressed during the dark months. If it was like dark all the time and there was no light. Hence why sun lamps exist, I suppose. Okay, I'm pretty sure there has to be something to do with the rigor mortis and like the time and everything. I don't know. Let me, wait. Let me look at that autopsy report. Hold on. There's gotta be something with that, right? Okay. He died at midnight. She went to take the mold, but apparently rigor mortis had not set in yet, which it should have. Because, oh, I see. I think that's why because she said at 3 hours it starts in the jaw, right? And I think that's why she waited until like 4 in the morning-ish to do the mold. Or like 3 a.m. But if he had actually died at midnight, then rigor mortis should have set then. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Big brain. This is big brain time. Oh yeah, well you got computer light. I don't think computer light helps with that. I go to bed at 9 a.m. and wake up at 6 p.m. It's dark. I still feel kind of bad about that. Right? But she had trouble with the mold in the chin, which she shouldn't at that time, right? Yeah, if the professor supposedly died at midnight when he was hung, he should have had the rigor mortis should have started. But she said she was struggling. And I don't know if it was, I don't know if I'm supposed to show the autopsy report on this statement. I think so? Yeah, okay. Let's try it.
Objection!
Madame Two Spells. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another.
Quoi?
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend?
According to her testimony, Madame Two Spells was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at that time rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame?
You are? Yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time.
But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sith's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June.
No.
If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have been set in.
Oui, yes, you are right. The chin would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
Impossible.
Order! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Sid, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place.
By heck.
Extraordinary.
Not in my day. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
I'm shrinking. My head, anyway. Oh, man. We're getting there. Yeah, that is nightmare fuel. What fact?
The professor died that night, without question.
He did? Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no...
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die at? Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Sith, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Council, present the evidence at once. Evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
I'm assuming it's the newspaper or something like that. Let me look at that. Let me look at this. Mr. Drebber's dread, because he said that the killer rose from his grave and then somebody shot him. It has to be this, right? I can't think of anything else.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now.
Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed. Mary, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up.
And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would be surely no hope of finding him.
Well, he's right here in the courtroom. I gotta go have a good time, all. Thank you! I hope you have a good night, Metal Ghost Zero. Thank you again for the raid and the gifted subs. See you!
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
What?
Are you suggesting, Council, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claim now then, Council. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Enoch Drebber.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber.
The previous witness.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museums of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. A condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. Oh, what are you trying to do? And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh my god.
Order! Order! Surely not, Council.
Drebber was there in Lowgate Cemetery.
Oh, it started. The big brain, small brain.
What is all this talk about, Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant?
Of course, Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No. But that would mean...
Madame Tuspels. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Oui? Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my!
Good gracious!
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I've already shown in the court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is. A university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of the night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you? Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork, and since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than amusing an anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today, even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asmund, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Sith would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Sith put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. My lord! This court must summon Dr. Sith to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Sith is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she?
Lord Ezek's won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks.
The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me.
Yes.
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sith both take the stand together.
Oh, shit. Order! Order! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effort addressed to Dr. Sith of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. All right then. Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sith. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Oh. Madame Two Spells over there. Yeah, exactly. Enoch Drebber and Darth Sith. Cometh thee to these trials post-haste.
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Sith.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Sith, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime.
Where's your evidence?
At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead.
That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to newspaper reports from the time, the night following his execution, the killer came back to life.
Don't waste my time.
And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? Why isn't he saying anything? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Sith's. A secret so profound it can compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery.
So he was the student who saw it.
You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Two Spells, I mean.
Surely he's not going to claim that he's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he?
A bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. When, at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
So, Mr. Trevor, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now.
Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead.
But, so you're saying this article is...
Not worth the paper it's printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly, yes.
Ugh.
If the details in the article aren't true,
It nullifies your argument for why Mr. Trevor and Dr. Sith would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument.
tell me, witness, you claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right, grave robbing to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you're one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough.
Oh my goodness. I have a tiny bladder. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I just finished my glass of orange juice and I am feeling. Well, it's a good thing that the ad break is in like 5 minutes.
The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
I see.
Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Well, counsel, for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord. Go pee? I will once the ad break runs. I don't need to do it, like, desperately. Okay, we are going to press him on everything.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that.
I don't know. You're a Ace Attorney character. You could, like, be naked and I wouldn't bat an eye because I think, yes, that's just another character design.
Lantern and spade.
Who on earth would want to buy a dead body?
Any major hospital.
A hospital?
In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means.
As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. But
We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
Professor Harebrain said exactly the same.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you really wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day.
Hold it!
The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself.
So you went to the papers instead.
I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale.
the story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets.
And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories.
What about the article in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night.
And from your description, he drew this illustration.
Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see.
Newspaper reporters are wont to stoop around in matters that don't concern them. Oh, snoop. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then.
Well,
Alright, I'm gonna go run the ad breaks now before we continue with this cross-examination. And I am gonna go pee. Okay, I will see you guys in 3 minutes or less, depending on how Twitch feels about ads, but we'll see. Okay. Let me go to my options, and I will be back. So cold today. It is very cold. I need to layer up actually. I think something I should invest in are those what is it? They're like leggings, but they're like lined with like some kind of fur sherpa thingy. I don't know, those look warm. I could use a pair of those. But for now, I will have to suffice with a heating pad and a jacket. Okay, let's see. We still have a minute left of ads. We had 3 more statements to press him on. So somehow we have to prove that he saw the professor. I think. So does that mean that Courtney has nothing against Mr. Asman? Because one theory is that Drebber kills Asman, right? And he gets Courtney, or I guess Sith, to help him. Don't steal any more of my clothes. Why? Why can't I? Your wardrobe, my wardrobe, you know? Because right now because one theory is that, yeah, Drebber killed Asman because, I don't know, he has some reason to kill him. And Courtney helps him because he knows her secret. There's just so many, like, layers to this. Courtney, for some reason, lied about the professor's actual time of death. Drebber wants to kill Asman for some reason that we don't know. Because that agreement doesn't matter if his sole purpose was to kill Asman, because what his argument was, oh, if Asman dies, I don't get any money from the research grant, because I'll give them to you instead. Well, next time then I'll take a pair of pants or something. Okay, ads are done. What are you talking about?
I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university for it being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
I need to reset my model.
For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life.
But you said you actually saw it.
I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night.
Ooh, do I? What do I have right now? We have a camera, but it's missing the photograph. The only thing I can think of is that I have the camera. Other than that, I don't have anything that puts him at the graveyard. Proves I encountered the professor that night. Because I don't know how to prove if that camera was his. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? The only thing I can think of is the camera.
If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo.
I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his.
The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life.
Hold it!
And that young woman being Madame Two Spells, of course.
Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later.
As I've explained, I went twice his name published in the article and comme ça, I found the man.
Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said.
I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me.
So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display.
I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
Ah oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas?
Did you? I can't say I remember.
What was it, Madame?
His camera.
Ah,
Oh, yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
you took a camera with you, sir. To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see. I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the toothpaste way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Logate Cemetery on the night in question.
Yes. Interesting. Which means that bloodstain probably happened from that night. So did he take a picture of the thing? He might have. But the thing is the frame, the plate is not in there.
Hold it!
This article, you mean? The published in the Daily Circus.
Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result.
Mon Dieu? I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade.
You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he?
Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort.
What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim?
I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now.
What circumstances?
Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Sid's past that she would desperately want to hide.
Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Sid are working together now. And if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly.
Okay, well this was the one where it was like presenting evidence, right? Something that places him at the graveyard. What do I have? Okay, none of this stuff. No, not that. The thing is, we could only... There's no picture in this. Because when you open it up, the plate is gone. Maybe he took it before he sold it. That would make the most sense, actually. Trophy, waxwork head, photograph, contract, 10-year-old article. What does it say? Young man who's gunshot. Oh, it's just a repeat. So he wouldn't get framed. Probably to cover up his steps, yes. Supposedly I present the article on this.
Objection!
Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that.
Don't believe what?
Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago.
Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see.
The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask.
Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and the subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of the mask was not public knowledge.
So Mr. Trevor, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration.
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Trevor?
It's a wild scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it?
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only too happy to oblige.
I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. Okay, what is this? My in fact witness was a fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about?
Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many other medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them.
If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord.
Ah, yes, well...
I can only assume it was an embellishment wilted on later by the reporter.
An embellishment?
As I explained earlier, most of the papers published about those unfolded events were fabricated nonsense. The journalist had a great time fashioning it into a horrifying ghost story.
So now you're saying there was no gunshot?
That's right, yes. I mistakenly thought I'd seen... Oh, big yawn. That I'd seen a corpse coming back to life and then fled the scene. That's really all that happened.
Fellow grave robber. Or when can I present the camera? Let's see. Thank you for the hydrate. I've seen a big yawn coming back to life. Yeah, I'm feeling the sleepies right now. I have to do something with the camera, but... Did I press him on the new statement he made?
Hold it!
Did I miss something?
Objection!
Stretch? Oh. Maybe Madame French has the frame/film in the camera. She might. There we go. I don't know why that didn't happen the first time.
Excuse me!
Madame Two Spells. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Poor Mr. Sholmes.
Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remarks was significant to you in some way?
I thought it was a little strange, that's all. Monsieur Drebber would claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about?
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot.
Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. There's no way to speak. That's no way to speak to a lady.
Please, Madame Two Spells, carry on.
Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot.
Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all of this up.
That will do. Mr. Drebber.
Yes.
You refute the account just given by Madame Two Spells.
I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on, do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well.
Bedge. I could go to Bedge right now. So that's when you show the bloody camera? I think so. If he says that there was no blood splattered. Nor any spattering blood. Behold, your camera with blood on it.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera?
But that is a camera from that fateful night.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber.
And is that supposed to be significant?
This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah,
That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test.
Isn't that right, Dr. Sith?
It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood, not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough.
I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
well,
And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
but why? Why would he want to do that?
Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
For whose then? Who could benefit?
Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone.
Yes, my lord, and clearly. It's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life, to be exposed.
Well, Counsel, who is it then? Who is the witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
The only person I can think of is Courtney. Like, I don't think there's any other person, because it just doesn't make sense.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Sith.
Sith.
Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light.
What are you insinuating?
And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Sith would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose her secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean?
I mean that Dr. Sith wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret.
She switched the dead body of Mr. Asmund with a waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Lord Van Zeeks!
Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now.
Goodness me!
It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing.
What's that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his home that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever?
Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies.
Oh,
And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
considered what?
Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such a criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British and police force and judiciary.
Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. Rely on some strange deception when so much is at stake would be madness.
Wine and a leg? Yes. It's not often we get a leg. Well, I suppose.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asmund at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the hand of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, it would... Taking Mr. Asmund's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asmund. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. All right. Who exactly was Mr. Asmund to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Oh, 2? Yes, my lord. Mr. Assman? Yeah, Mr. Assman. Okay, a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Ooh, what is my motive? I don't have one, man. Science trophy?
camera. I like literally don't know. Someone needs coffee. Yeah, I'm getting. I shouldn't have had the juice. Oh, I don't think the tea I have has any caffeine in it, so that wouldn't help me. I thought we still had Earl Grey in this household, but we don't, and so there's no Earl Grey. Big sad. So I also probably shouldn't have any milk and honey later, because otherwise I think I would just go comatose. I am very susceptible to sugar. Okay, what motive does he have? Like, I can't think of anything. No Earl Grey, what a travesty. I know, we don't have any. We used to have a big box, but I guess that got somebody drank through all that. Although I wouldn't be surprised if nobody drank it and then my mom threw it away. Coffee puts me to sleep. Yeah, you and Shira both have that in common. What motive? I mean, I get that Mr. Asman was like the head of some criminal organization, but like, I don't get what his motive could be. Is there something in this photograph? I'm gonna try looking for something before I go look at the walkthrough. Drink coffee, poop, tired. Pretty much, yeah. What reason does he have? Or does he mean why, I think it's why he wanted Asmund dead. Photograph of the balloon? There's nothing in here. Photograph of him. There's nothing else about this. We already looked at this. You know. We have nothing. Post-explosion photograph, maybe? Okay, what about the contract? Odie Azen hereby enters into contract with provider Enoch Drebber to fund labor. Okay. 30% or okay. The great stink. Parliament is to finally address the foul issue. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. Oh, that's cool. Mad Sheep Rampage. Bald Masqué to blame for the Great Blaze. I don't think there's anything on here, is there? Okay, I am stupid. What is it? Supposedly, you're supposed to present the article and the contract. Oh. Oh. That's what. I'm just not perceptive at all. Okay, yeah. It was a thing you had to look and yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's the signature thingy. Okay.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord.
That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That dribble should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense. That means nothing.
Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead.
What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence which, when cross-referenced with a newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
Okay, it is the contract.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman.
Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man.
No, I'm afraid not.
What?
There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link. That shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman.
It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. What exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? What's this?
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person.
What?
As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman?
Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with a bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Oops, I didn't mean to press history. I think we're very close to the end now. I think. Could be wrong. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as reporter.
So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. you lost everything. And eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman.
Enough. Stop this endless drivel about my life.
What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with the hypothesis anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen, patented by some wretch or other after all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Locate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do.
Why does your stream not have quality settings? Sometimes it doesn't. Because I don't think affiliate guarantees you quality settings. It's I think it's partners get it, and then affiliates are next, and then yeah. Yeah, it's not a guarantee if you're affiliate, only if you're partner. Do you are you guaranteed the different options for quality? So maybe it would be better if I only streamed at 720. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I noticed today that some of the streams I was lurking in did not have the option. Apparently for affiliate, it's first come, first serve, so I guess a lot of people are just streaming today. Yeah. Depends how many are streaming and how many people are watching for quality, yeah. I am very far from partner. I don't expect to reach it. Okay, where were we? Oh yes, he was on his little rant about science.
Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all.
How dare you?
And I have evidence to prove it. He did win an award, didn't he?
How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent?
You literally won a Royal Society trophy.
Take that!
Yeah, maybe I should consider outputting at 720 instead. Because normally my stream has the options But in the event that it doesn't, maybe it's better to just leave it at 7:20. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop.
Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord.
There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you're a genius in your field. Won't notice it on a game like this, so it's fine at 7:20. I just meant in general, although I don't know how that would affect other games like Mass Effect or 7 Days to Die. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was. But when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man.
The truth is,
Finally, he's going to fold. Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now.
what?
I admit it. All of it. What?
What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No.
Good lord! I love it when he loses his shit.
Dr. Sith. Do you realize what you're saying, woman?
This could potentially ruin her career. It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Sith, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
Why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out,
even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything.
Surely it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then?
I admit nothing at all.
What?
Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
No!
Order! Order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Seeks.
Yes.
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Hairbrain.
Very true. That slipped my mind.
Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Sith has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean...
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sith suddenly admit to it like that?
Is everything all right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now. Naruhodo is his last name. Yeah. Ooh, all my cables are tangled up. I'm trying to untangle them. There we go. That is much better. The judge will certainly deliver a verdict if not guilty. Cable guy at it again. Yeah, the little fairy in my room is messing with my cables. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is the truth! Further testimony, let's go!
Objection!
Shom said I should hang on to it until the bitter end. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon.
We demand one final testimony.
What? You do realize realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume.
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point?
Also, heads up, we have an ad break in 5 minutes. Darn those fairies, gotta love those pranks. Yeah. They also like going into my pockets whenever I have cables in them and tying them up too.
No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open.
Right.
Yes, in hindsight.
Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal.
Obviously.
But that's not all. I believe that I owe a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Sith. I got fairies in my ass tying up my guts right now. What did you eat? Next time, I'm gonna use that to describe having a stomach ache and then confuse a lot of people.
Testimony from me. About what?
About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Trevor.
In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped.
That's what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
Don't be stupid.
If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
You're what?
Lord Van Zieks.
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Sith, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Trevor. Very well.
Yeah, Van Zieks just has butterfingers.
It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception.
So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy.
So kind of you to say.
And what about this autopsy report then?
Oh, we are gonna have our ad break now. Zeke likes to throw glasswares all around the courtroom. Imagine him being at a glass worker's shop, like an elephant in a greenhouse. Yeah, or a bull in a china shop, I suppose. He's got like a whole cabinet of glasses and bottles though, so I don't know. I don't think he's gonna run out anytime soon. Alright, gonna run the ad break now. Another 3 minutes. And what time is it? That might be the last ad break of this stream. Because I think after this one, before the next one, I'm gonna end the stream. And then force myself to sleep. Because I do need to study, and I have in fact not studied at all. Okay, I'm gonna see you guys in 3 minutes. Unsurprisingly, I need to use the bathroom again, so I will be back. Too many liquids. So bed in 6 hours time then, hopefully less. I think I'm gonna force myself to sleep early. Did I miss anything while I was on my pee break? No, not really. But yeah, I am freezing. My legs are freezing specifically. I'm studying Karma Sutra for cockroaches? No! Why that? Oh my goodness. What even? Oh god, I don't know why, but I'm thinking about it now. You know, I don't think I've ever actually properly looked at the Karma Sutra, so I don't know what positions and whatnot are in it. It's quite the field to study. I'm sure someone has a degree in it. I'm sure it's a thing, right? Something in that field. That'd be an interesting job. I bet it's very educational. I wouldn't know. But yeah, I need to study for a networks course. So there's gonna be, yeah, there's like, I basically need to mostly refresh myself on like the last half of the course, because after the midterm I kind of stopped paying attention. So hopefully it's not too bad. I tried a bit of networking, but the math was a bit tough. I haven't had to do too much math. The only problem I have is when I have to derive formulas. That's always a pain in the ass. But yeah, that's the only problem I have, is when I have to derive formulas. Because I'm not good at deriving stuff. I'm good at calculating, but like deriving, I just can't do it. I'm not flexible for any of those in that book, so don't worry. I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or not. Alright, I'm surprised I didn't accidentally skip any of this dialogue, because I didn't go into the options screen. Alright, ads are done. Let us continue. I think after this testimony, it's probably the end of this case. We might not even get to start the next one before I end the stream. Who knows? Because they like to make the aftermath quite long.
All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. Objection.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Sith's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony.
What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Alright, we're just gonna press around everything. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Do you have any idea of who was behind it?
There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I've never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea.
Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it.
I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern.
But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this.
Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that.
Not good to examine while crossed, by the way. No, it clouds your judgment.
So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
Oh, I didn't mean to skip.
Hold it!
Hello, Mimo. It's nice to see you. How are you doing? How's your... what is it today? Tuesday, Wednesday going? We are very much near the end of this trial. So, I'm not sure if you've played this game or if you're about to. So I hope I'm not spoiling anything. It's going, how are you? I'm doing okay. A little sleepy, but I think I've overcome it. Because a minute ago I was like about to fall asleep. So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then?
It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim in the waxwork.
And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork?
I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time.
Why were you given such directions?
Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspel's.
I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. I've not played any of these games. I've seen a bit of a few though. Yeah, I played the Phoenix Wright trilogy before moving on to this one. And then we'll see how it goes with the Apollo Justice because that thing's kind of expensive. Sorry about that. People get sleepy around me. Oh my god, you're the cause of why I'm always sleepy. How could you?
Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. What's wrong with any of her statements? So far, nothing yet. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that hairbrain alone could have killed Asmund. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception.
I'll try to be more uppity and entertaining so I don't put you to sleep. That's my job.
There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly.
So, the actual cause of death was...
the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Miss Usato? Something about Dr. Sith's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Sith. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh, which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony with is, I
feel kind of dumb because I don't know what's wrong yet. Either the cause of death or what was it, what she did. Stab wound in the chest. I mean, right now, technically, I'm at a 50-50. What she did. That's probably more significant to the real cause of death. How you stabbed Mr. Asmund in the chest, that part.
Fine, if that's what you want, but there's really no need to point.
The prosecution concurs.
I love it. She says not to point and Van Zeeks points at her.
Very well. You will supplement your testimony now with this. If you wish, my lord.
Okay, where it lay in the top. It lay? I feel like there's something wrong with that statement. It was a 30-foot drop, but did it really fall over? Okay, his chest. Toppled cage. But how would you stab him if, like, because he's back here? There's, like, no way you can reach. Okay, I think that's what's wrong with this statement. Oh, I forget. This game does not have a back button unless you press it. Okay. We're gonna present the picture. Something shady about it.
Objection!
Was it this one? Or did she have to roll him? Could have been also something else. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Sith, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation.
Out with it, my learned friend.
There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth, and there's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different.
What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
I don't know.
This?
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. Oh, well, I was thinking the wrong thing, but I got the right answer. It clearly extends in a downward direction towards the man's feet. Oh, if he was lying down, the blood would have, like, pooled. It wouldn't have dripped down.
And why is that significant, Council?
If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected.
Ah, of course. No, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Sith made it very clear in her testimony just now. At the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim, was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. Oh, now that I look at it, yeah. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the God, I can't English. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from this wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. Maybe he was still alive. In short, Dr. Sith, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. You've all been under a great misapprehension here.
What? What sort of misapprehension?
Dr. Sith. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. I like those dramatic defeated reactions of the witnesses. Dude, the animation that plays when you finally get them is so funny. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer.
If that is the case, what is it, man?
Counsel, you clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Sith's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony?
The stabbing?
The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, you can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time.
But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage.
Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No, that is the misapprehension.
Damn, this was so dramatic, my app crashed.
When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force.
Damn, he crawled his way out.
But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Sith appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Trepper. It was you, Dr. Courtney Sith.
Order! Order! Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him.
You hoped that by admitting to be an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder.
Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman?
Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Sith there.
I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive. But there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
No, when you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman,
Something did come to mind. What? What was it, Council? Enlighten the court at once. She thought he was the one that was coercing her, and getting rid of him, everything would be safe for her, maybe. I'm not sure. We'll see, I guess. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. No, me who played this a week ago, not remembering. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Sith would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Oh! Wasn't there a bunch of scalpels being bought? Right? We saw in the ledger book that I don't know what to call it, the morgue, the forensics team, they're buying like a buttload of scalpels every month. And we don't know why. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You... Come on, out with it! It was yesterday, when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger, hence a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. $500 scalpels a month? At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's account.
Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's accounts to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward.
10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Sith's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? I don't know what had happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. That it? Okay. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Sith will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened.
"10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years.
Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Drebber.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it?
So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim.
Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge.
Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it?
Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true.
And obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had.
So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Sith, to be precise.
It was a year ago.
Yeah, you were pretty close, Heimdall.
By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan.
What a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer.
Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge. At least, to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you?
Did I?
Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
I.
Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Sith?
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hebre.
Oh, yes.
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of your guilt.
I read that line wrong. It's okay.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all,
Professor?
I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Zeeks.
And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. Man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh. Thank you, Barrack.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Yes, my lord.
it is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections.
Not from me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over.
I don't know what's become of the Yard these days. I don't recognize the place.
Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty.
Yay, confetti! I wonder when confetti was invented. Surely fairly early, right? It's just cut pieces of paper. Why was that kid there in the first place? The kid was picked as a juror. What can they do about it, you know? Out of the hundreds and thousands of people in London, that kid was picked to be on the jury.
Court is adjourned.
It's over. That was some trial. I don't know if we'll finish the aftermath. The next ad break is in 25 minutes. We'll see. Worst comes to worst, I'll have to run it. Confetti was invented in 1172 by Count Edmund von Spoonsworth. That is a very nice name, von Spoonsworth. So, okay, it was invented fairly early. I mean, I'm not surprised. It's basically like cut up pieces of paper, you know? Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Usato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
JK, I made that up. You got me though. But it was actually invented in 1875. I think this game takes place after that, probably. Harebrained idea, is that what people call crazy ideas? I don't actually know. Probably. I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Oh, right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Ah! How about this? As a memento, the paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Well, just as a memento then. Thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Oh my. Oh yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing.
Alas, the Spoonsworth legacy exists only in my fervent imagination. Not unless you create it, do it, put it in paper, create the Spoonsworth legacy. The masses need to know about them.
I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that.
I'm gonna assume that's Barrick.
Yeah!
Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here?
Barrick!
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey.
You're one of the very true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Ah, does that mean you like me? Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? Become the Spoonsworth legacy. We must all rise up. The spoon is not real, you are the spoon. I've only seen the first Matrix movie.
I always knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. Ah, how about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens,
Is he telling him to go back to Germany?
you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
What?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no! Hold on a minute, Barrick. What about the great exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrack.
Lord Van Zeeks? What's all this about? I think he's worried about the Reaper thing. Because he's called the Reaper of the Bailey, and the reason he's called that is every time he acts as the prosecution, if the defendant is found not guilty, they die a few days later anyway. And so he's worried his friend is going to die.
A necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Nutsme was doing.
Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Nutsme is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
Ah! You mean... The Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas.
Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Nutsme and Gina were completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
But Barrack!
Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it?
Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks?
In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Oh, yes, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain.
I will most likely have to run that ad break, I think.
Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now.
You got another reference? Make like a little bingo card every time I get a reference. And the only reason I watched The Matrix was because of Shiro. Because I said I haven't watched The Matrix.
Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk? With me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Okay, it's a date. I still gotta watch the other two, that's true. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. He's courting me in 10 minutes? That he is, he's waiting. The enigma, Barrack Van Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then.
So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from.
We're gonna get his villain origin backstory. Hell yeah. I've been waiting. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now, I think differently. Oh, I need some water. Let's watch Matrix 2 on New Year's Eve. We can do that, yeah? You clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please?
The Professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint, my brother, was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh. If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father.
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last and fact before the case was finally resolved.
Is the professor actually someone from Japan? I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. What's the boop for? We're talking about this man losing his brother. Well, I guess maybe the stream delay, but still. Truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me, personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity,
Oh, he does know who it is.
the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time.
I'm so far behind. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll make sure to change the quality to stream to 720 max. In plain sight.
Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions, which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war.
I am riding out a leg cramp. I am dying a little bit. What? A war between Britain and Japan?
But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Who is it?
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Father.
Oh, shit! No fucking way.
What? Father? Kazuma!
It him! He lived!
Best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke. Hello again.
I'm gonna cry! I think this is the first time I've ever seen him make this expression. Why am I actually tearing up? Holy crap.
My friend.
Stop, I'm gonna cry.
Kazuma-sama!
Thank you for the headbat.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
I hate how I'm actually crying.
It was an honor.
knew you wouldn't die that easily.
Emotional
Kazuma.
damage!
It is emotional damage. Oh my god. I knew it. I knew it was so fucking stupid how he supposedly died.
I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh, he must mean his sword.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Oh my god, okay.
So, he's the living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he?
Yes. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Thank you all for the head pats.
3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us,
Oh, so Strongheart knew.
I had an inkling there was something there, some connection.
Why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too.
The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth.
No! Not the bald head pat. How do you like it? It's the proper baldness. It's so cursed.
Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked.
Oh, literally vanished. Bye. "10 years ago." The ad break is in like 30 seconds, and I don't know how much of this is left. Yeah, that's really, yeah, that's super bald. It's so I can give a really close head pat. Oh my god. Okay. We're gonna have to run the ad break. And then we will read the last bit of this game. I don't know how much is left because we're pretty much like, that was the big thing. That was the big thing that happened at the end of this episode. And then we're pretty much just wrapping it up. But we'll see. I will see you in 3 minutes. Those of you with ads. I'm poor now. Oh no, you used up all your points. Okay, I will see you in 3 minutes. I have to go use the bathroom, so I will be back. Maybe I'll start the next episode just so that we can get like a little peek. We'll see. I'm back. Still 2 minutes of ads. I just drank 3 cups of tea. That is a lot of tea. I had the urge to eat a box of chocolate chip cookies. I could go for some chocolate chip cookies right now. I don't think I have any. Because I think sometimes we have the prepackaged ones. Also for the cramps, how I got through that, it wasn't terrible, the leg cramp I got. It was like, I don't know. It wasn't crippling. I've had really bad leg cramps before. That one was not too bad. That iced tea I made was huge. The one you made in the the French press. That one was ginormous and it took a lot of tea. But yeah, I have a feeling we are very close to the end. Because I think after Susato says her piece, it'll probably end there, is what I'm guessing, because there's nothing else to add. But that's interesting, though. I guess that's why Kazuma wanted to become a lawyer, I think. Probably, right? So many questions left unanswered. Let me save for now, though. Might as well. More like bigger mugs. I love big mugs. I have one, but I haven't used it in a while. Maybe I should use it for hot chocolate, but yeah, it's like one of those big mugs. It's bedtime. It's very close to bedtime, yeah. Once this finishes up, it is bedtime. And then I have like a full day of studying ahead of me. And then I gotta go to a concert where I get to hear the lovely playing of school children on instruments. It's gonna be so fun for my ears. Not really, I'm probably going to cry the entire time. Yay? Not really yay. Bring earplugs. That's one thing I haven't invested in yet. I do want earplugs. Or at least the ones that like dampen the sound. It's okay. I will just persevere. I always tell myself it can't be that bad. But then I sit there and listen and it is kind of that bad. Alright.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, It was the first time I'd ever seen him. Or Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. Earplugs that look like butt plugs? That is so cursed. Please don't put that image into my brain. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion, I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Oh, and there we go. That's literally the end. Well, I got an achievement for finishing that episode. I think earplugs would make my tinnitus worse. I don't know how earplugs affect tinnitus, actually. The end of this episode. We still got like 2 more. No, this one's called Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. Is this going to be the last one we see Von Karma? What if in episode 5 we have to go against Kazuma as the prosecutor? Oh my goodness. This one's called The Final Chapter, The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a little afraid it's all black. Anyways, we're not gonna... Well, the thing is, we could very briefly go into the intro, but I am not sure how long that would take. Because obviously you get the beginning cutscene and then... No, I'll leave that for next week. I think it would make more sense to leave that for next week. That is all right. Okay, we have been going for about 4 hours. Really doesn't feel that long. Is anybody still streaming? Naruhodo's too funny still. He is a funny guy. You should have seen him his first trial. He was so nervous. I don't have anyone in my follow list to raid. Not really. I mean, I guess there's Ian. Is there anybody who is streaming this game? Not likely, but... Not really. It's fine. Unless any of you guys have a suggestion. I'll take suggestions. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go pick someone from my follow list, I think. But yeah, next week's Ace Attorney should be during its regular days, which would be Wednesdays / Thursdays, depending on which time zone you are in. Just do Iron? Sure. But yeah, next stream is Thursday for Mass Effect. And then I think that's about it for this week. Well, I guess Sunday's also 7 Days to Die, supposedly. But yeah, thank you guys for coming. I will see you next time. And I hope you have a good rest of your day or evening. Have a great evening. Yeah, not many are awake at this hour. Yeah, really depends on what time zone someone's in. But yeah, have a good night, guys, or a good morning, depending where you are, and I will see you next time, whenever you happen to catch me. Okay, time to lift myself out of here, and then I'm gonna see you guys at the raid, I guess. My fingers are freezing. Alright. See you guys.